Hey guys, this is Christine from Sugar Pepper Press. I'm so glad you're here. Foxglove Crossing has been coming to life for well over a year, and honestly, I can't believe it's finally finished. If you've been following along over the past few months, you already know I've been jawing about this project just a little bit. Now, you finally get to see what all the hype has been about. Before we dive in, though, I'd love to give you a quick tour of the finished journal, and then we'll gather our supplies, get everything printed and organized, and start building Foxglove Crossing together. Welcome to Foxglove Crossing, the first journal in my Paper Places line. It's a little colonial village set in 1776 Pennsylvania, where you'll meet 20 characters and pick what each one of them looks like. Every layout's designed to be easy for anyone, and there's a video walking you through it step by step. Find the printable kit in my shop at sugarpepperpress.etsy.com. Okay, so before we get started, let's take a quick look at the basic supplies you'll need to build this journal. For paper, I recommend printing on 32-pound paper and 110-pound cardstock. For adhesive, I'll mostly be using Fabri-Tac and art glitter glue, but if you have a favorite adhesive that works well for paper crafting, feel free to use that instead. For a glue stick, I recommend Oohoo, or they may intend this to be pronounced Yoo-hoo, I don't know, but I recommend that. And then for a tape runner, I recommend the AdTech. You'll also need some chipboard or even a recycled food box. Works great for the cover. And what I do is I layer 2 layers of the, it's more of a lightweight, but that's what I recommend for that. And you'll need a good pair of scissors. It'd be handy to have a trimmer. You'll also need a craft knife and something to score with. This is a scoreboard that I use, or you can just use something to press down, fold and press. So since we'll be sewing some signatures into the cover, I recommend a basic bookbinding kit with an awl, needles, and wax thread. And then 2 handy things. Oh, and finally, you will also want to have some small Velcro dots for some interactive closures in the journal. And then 2 handy things to have would be a piece of acetate. Let me grab mine. You can probably, this is from a cutting mat. You can probably find something very similar in your pantry or kitchen. And then some binding clips. These will be super handy to have. So these are the basic supplies we'll be using throughout the tutorial. And you'll also find this list in the Read Me First file if you'd like to refer back to it later. I'll also link my Amazon storefront below, the Sugar Pepper Pantry, where you can find links to all the products I use and recommend. If you'd like to decorate your journal the way that I finished mine out, I'll cover those additional supplies in a separate glow up video. I want to take just a couple of minutes to explain how the kit is organized because I've put quite a bit of thought into making the printing process as straightforward as possible. You'll find separate folders labeled Print with Paper and Print with Cardstock. Simply print everything in the Print with Paper folder on 32-pound paper and everything in the Print with Cardstock folder on 110-pound cardstock. At the top or side of each page, you'll notice a header. That header tells you the layout number and with which backing paper to print on the reverse side. Just match the backing paper number to the corresponding design in the backing paper folder. There are 6 options for backing paper. And some pages will instead say leave blank. And that's intentional. Those pieces are either adhered directly into the journal or simply don't need printing on the reverse. So you can leave those backs exactly as they are. The signature folder contains pages 1 through 8. Print those pages double-sided to create one signature, and then print the same 8 pages a second time, so you'll have 2 signatures that are needed for your journal. Once everything is printed, I recommend sorting your pages by layout number before you begin. I also suggest cutting out just one layout at a time rather than cutting out the entire kit all at once. It keeps everything organized and it makes the assembly process much more enjoyable. And finally, you'll notice an optional decorative options folder. Those pieces aren't required to build the journal, but they're perfect for adding extra layers, ephemera, and your own creative touches once your journal is assembled. When everything is printed and organized, you'll be ready to begin building Foxglove Crossing. Okay, before we jump into the first layout, I wanted to mention one quick thing. After filming this tutorial, I continued fine-tuning the journal and made a few small improvements to the printable kit. You may notice things like slightly smaller tag holes or pieces that have been resized for a better fit, or a few gussets added where they may assemble easier. So if your printable doesn't look exactly like what you see on screen, that's completely intentional. I'm always looking for ways to improve my designs, and I want you to have the most polished, thoughtfully designed version of the project that I can create. So with that said, the assembly process remains the exact same, and you can simply follow along with the tutorial and enjoy these updates along the way. Before we begin building the journal, we'll need to assemble the cover. If you've never made a hidden spine journal cover before, I've created a separate step-by-step video that walks through the entire process. You can click the link on the screen or find it in the video description. If you're already familiar with hidden spine construction, go ahead and assemble your cover now. The printable spine pages include notes for the correct chipboard sizes, so everything you need is right there. Once your cover is complete, come right back here and we'll start building the inside of the journal. Okay, I got myself sorted now. So, like I said, I would not recommend cutting every piece out. I would cut out per layout. And so we are going to have fun putting this together. This is kind of like a story. I'm calling it Paper Places, Foxglove Crossing. And it is an introduction to this town of Foxglove Crossing, which is a colonial town. And so these are just some fun ways you can do whatever you want to with this, but this is how it was designed to be put together. So there are several pieces. There are some that are purely decorative, and so I'll explain how those go together. For this one, on the left-hand side, you're just going to need 2 pieces. This is your main piece, and it's going to get glued to the back, and then there is this little sign, and there's a story that goes along with this, and so I'm not going to go through the story, but so that you can discover that as you go. But this will flip up, so I'm going to score it right below where it's going to glue. So I'm just going to put it right here and score right here. And then you can fold right there. So with this, what you can do is you can either frame this. I put some washi tape strips in the kit also, and then I have some freebies that I gave out a few weeks ago, and so I will include those as well. But this you can tear along the edge, or you can keep it all straight edged. I think I want to tear along the edge. I really want that kind of rough look, and then I'm going to tear towards me so that that white is on top. I'm trying to tear as little as possible because I have these roadsides in here. And this one, I just want to barely tear, and I might not even tear right around here. I'm just going to tear right up towards the top and maybe towards the bottom. And then I'm going to glue it right here. Glue is giving me a fit today. There we go. I forgot to do my inking. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do a little bit of the green since there's so much here. And I got these little inkers because they're cheap, and I think I'm gonna end up collecting these oxides. I will not make that mistake again. I think that's the last time I will make that mistake. Okay. Okay, and then for this, I'm going to use a little bit of my brown, my vintage photo, just to kind of help it stand out a bit. And then when you glue, you just want to glue right behind there. So what you will get is the sign, "Welcome to Foxglove Crossing," and underneath that it says, "Welcome to Fox Crossing." That goes along with the story. Okay, the next part of layout 1 is on the right, and so what we're going to be doing is taking this piece of luggage, and it's going to become a tuck spot or a pocket. So we're just going to glue on the 3 sides. You want to start right about where these metal pieces show. so that this curving in, you don't want to get any hair. But before we do that, I'm going to take a little bit of this blue paper and I'm going to layer it behind here and then glue on top here. So I'm just going to kind of tear around. I like it better that way. And I think I will ink with the pink. So this is the introduction to our little town. I'm going to bump that down just a hair, or this up a little bit. Neither one of them seems to be moving. It's fine. So we have our map here, and you'll notice that we didn't print on the back of that or this. These are the same size, so they are just going to get glued back to back like that. And then whichever way you think. That's the way I think. We have the story of our name, and this is a little like things to do while you're in Foxglove Crossing. So I'm going to ink these up a little bit, add a little bit of character to them. And that is going to tuck right in there. And then for our list here, I feel like this would just be so, it can tuck right in here just like this. I think it would also be cute if it like folded a little bit and looked a little bit worn. So you can fold yours wherever you want. It doesn't have to fold it a particular place to fit. And then I like to ink right along that fold. And then this is white on the back. I just thought it's not gonna hurt it, but you could kind of dust it up with a bit of ink if you wanted to. And that can tuck And so our first layout for Foxglove Crossing is done. Flip over to the next page. Make sure when you are flipping, you don't grab any extra pages, because there's enough for 17 pages here. Or 17, sorry, layouts. And you can always keep whatever extra pages you have, or decorative papers. Okay, so each layout has 2 sides, and only one of them is like decorated the same across. So what I'll do first is show you how we split up the pieces. So for the left side, you're gonna first need the blue paper, this little survey sketch with the little pocket, the Did You Know card, and Abigail Mercer. And you're going to need the 4 pictures for this. Now, this is where it gets really, really fun. You get to pick the character that you want to play each of these roles. You get to decide what they look like. And I have dressed them, like each one of the characters, within the layout similarly, so that you can, you don't have to choose between clothes. And then there are some familial connections within this kit. So Abigail Mercer was the town's like founder-ish, but she founded the Foxglove Inn. And then her daughter, Martha Pike, now runs the inn. So you would want to have somebody that looks like they could be mother and daughter for that. And then, unless you don't want to, of course. And then Martha Pike's daughter is attending the schoolhouse. So you'll pick her picture when you get to the schoolhouse. So that is how all the characters are laid out. So I won't explain that for every layout. You will just glue one of your pictures right here, and it'll tell you about Abigail Mercer. And you could look ahead if you want to decide what if there's one character you just really connect to, and then the family connections there. I think my Abigail is going to look like this. So I'm going to glue her on. And then you're going to need to score this card. So there's a decorative edge right here. You're just going to score right along that. And then fold that up. I printed on the back of mine accidentally, so I reused that paper. This gets glued right here, and it gets glued right inside the fold line. You want to make sure that they're both facing up. And if you want to, you can ink this edge right here where it might show when it flips up. And then your pocket is going to get glued right here, only on 3 sides. bump right down there. The picture should line up. So she is going to get glued right here and become a flip out here. So I'm going to take a little bit of this blue paper and I'm going to leave this side straight, and I think I'm going to leave the bottom straight. And then I'm going to tear right along this side. So let me just put a little mark where I want to cut. Did I mark it? I cannot see my mark. Yeah. I'm just gonna fold it. That's how I'm gonna tell where I'm at. And then I'm gonna tear this side. Okay, and now, and you can put her down here if you want to, or in the middle, doesn't really matter. I may end up adding something to this pocket or putting something here. I actually may add a trim here, so I think I'm gonna put her in set just a little bit. And I'm just gonna put a little bit of glue right here. And then I'm gonna fold that over and press. And then I'm gonna put, once, make sure your pocket's dry, then you can tuck this did you know right inside here. And I'm gonna ink that up. I'm gonna tuck that right in there. And I'll probably will tuck something else in there as well. The right side of this layout, pulling up my notes here. Okay, so the right side has several different things. The first thing, you're gonna wanna make sure, this is a botanical card or a specimen card. And I just use this plastic. This is actually from a cutting mat. So I'm just going to use that and put it inside behind here, but I need to cut out this part first. So I'm going to do right in the middle, and then I'm going to cut. I just got a Brother scan and cut, which I love. The only thing that I don't love about it is, that's different than my Silhouette, is that it does not cut out these white parts. I haven't figured out if there's a way to do that, or if you just are out of luck on that, but I haven't figured it out. Okay, so for that, I'm gonna just take, your pieces are gonna go together like that. So what I'm gonna do, let me get a piece of paper that will not be, let's see, I'm gonna end up throwing this away, so I'm gonna use it. So I'm just going to take a little bit of glue here. For my plastic. Get my piece of plastic here, and I'm going to glue it right down there. Then my card, little foxglove card, is going to go right here. So I'm going to put just a little bit of glue around the edge here and glue that down. I just want to make sure it's kind of centered, or at least you can see the foxglove pieces. And then I'm going to take and glue my back on. I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut this out first so that I can cut right inside of this frame. Just kind of cutting at an angle. A little bit of plastic right there. I'm gonna get that off. Okay, and then I'm just gonna glue this on top of here. And then you have another piece that is a tab that goes on the top. Right like that. Hold that for just a second so it glues together. Okay, so the next part of this that we're going to put together, we can put our fussy cut together. This just glues back to back like this. It's just a mirrored copy or mirrored, because it has like a lot of these are printed on paper instead of cardstock. So I wanted to give them some strength. And then you have a little envelope here. This just needs to be scored. Woo! So for this piece, your smaller piece is going to come in first with a larger piece afterwards. So I'm actually just going to ink this side up. We're just going to glue this in, then over. So we're just going to take a small line of glue right here, glue that over, and then a little bit of glue right here, and glue this up. And then let that dry for just a minute. And you could ink right here if you want to. This one isn't printed on the back. But the card that goes in it is this one right here. And it's like a growth card for foxglove buds. That gets tucked right in there like that. And then it closes up. Okay. Okay, the way this next side is done is this is a pocket. This part is a pocket, and then these are all pockets or tuck spots, and they just alternate. So I'm trying to think of how I arranged this. No, I didn't do it like that. These must have been, yeah, there we go. So I did it like this. You can do it whatever you want. So they are just going to get spaced equally out like this over the pocket, with the top one being almost up here. Oh, that's not right either. Hold on. There we go. Maybe that's not right. Hold on. No, I don't like that. There we go. Okay. So these are going to get spaced out here, and you're going to want to leave this open. So we're going to glue these pockets on first before we do anything else. So in order to do that, we're going to take this and place it right here. You're just going to glue on the sides, not the bottom. Not the bottom, just the sides. So glue here, and right there. Now the next one, we just want to make sure that this little pocket thumb tab right here isn't showing any of this underneath. So we're going to bump it up to right there. Again, just the sides, not the bottom. And then the last piece is going to be the same way. The bottom does get glued on this one, so the sides and the bottom on that one. And then if you want to, kind of to give this more of a like envelope look, you can fold this back a bit. and then you can ink it. And you can bring it back up like that. This is going to get glued here, but before we do that, I want to put some of this paper right here. So I'm going to just kind of tear around the edges. You don't even have to tear the bottom. And I want to add anything here. I think I'm going to add a piece here too. So let's see, I'm going to do the top here. And then, how far can I go down? So, right here. This feels very scrapbooky. If you were a physical scrapbooker back in the day. Maybe you do it now. Go you if you do. That was my jam. Okay. So I'm going to kind of glue that in. Oh, this glue would be pretty here, I think. I can go there. How do I want to do that? You know what? I think I'm going to do it like that. So I'm going to tear off a little bit more of this. And then I'm just going to tuck it in kind of a triangle back here. Okay, so let me glue that down. Kind of like the roughed edge, but this part right here needs to be glued all the way down so that you don't have problems with your stuff not coming out. And then we're going to glue this right down here, and we're only going to glue on the 3 sides, so side, side, and bottom. Put that down. And then while I'm on here, I'm gonna let's see. I don't know what I'll do there. I may come back to that. I'm gonna save that big piece. Now these, here you're gonna tuck, you've got a letter here to Abigail from her sister Anne. So this is gonna go in here, and I would fold it up about like that, so it stays tall. And then I'm gonna use my little ink trick in the fold. And then you can do something with the back here if you want to. It can be a secret, like, journaling spot if you want. While you're putting this together, you can read the pieces. So we're just gonna tuck that in here, and you can make that as, oh, I need to add a little bit more glue. I think because I moved it, I'm gonna pull that up so that I can glue it better. There. I'm gonna wait a second. And then you've got your Foxglove envelope that can go in here. You've got a vintage like seed packet here too. Can be a journaling. Most of the backing papers are a little bit lighter, so you can journal on the back of anything. The blue is a little darker, and the green one is a little darker. We're going to tuck this in here. I think I'm going to put that there and this here, and you can go either way with that. And then I've got my specimen card here, and then I'm going to tuck my letter in here. And then I've got this. You know what? I think I'm going to put the fussy cut here. You could put it either way. You could put it here or here. Let's put it here. I think it's so cute. And then I think I'm going to put my butterfly. I've got a little extra butterfly here. I'm going to put it right here. And it is going to fold in half. And then ink up the edges a little bit. Oh, what do I want to use? Yeah, I have this already started. And then I'm just going to take a little bit of glue right on the center here and put it right here. So I don't want it to interfere with my flip, but I do want to give it some dimension. You could also use foam tape here if you wanted to. So it has a little bit of dimension there, and then that flips out, and that is layout 2. Okay, we are to layout number 3. So we're gonna turn our page, and then for the left side, you are gonna need this is your like decorative paper that you can use. Then you're gonna need these pieces right here. So you'll need this front desk piece, Martha Pike, and then the little recipes tab. There is this fussy cut of the River Room key. There's Abigail's home cake with a backing paper, and then the Foxglove in Bill of Fare with a backing paper, and then this flip out. So the first thing you'll need to do is score that. I scored my other stuff and I forgot to score this one. And that will just fold over. And then what you can do is take a little bit of ink if you'd like and ink that edge. I was using that bundled sage color, so I just did green, and you can kind of do it right along the inside edge. And then you're going to pick your Martha Pike. So I picked this one. So you will see there are some. So like the other Martha, this is an example. the other Abigail, this Abigail has some red in her hair. And so these two would be like mother and daughter, or meant to go together. This one with red hair, and then this one with like gray and red hair. So whatever pieces you don't use, you can keep, but unless you have just a hankering for colonial people, you don't need them. So these two go together. So I'm going to put that Martha here. And then we're going to decorate. So I'm going to use some decorative pieces here. So you can use, this is going to go, these items are going to go on the right. This one's going to go on the, these are going to go on the left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this backing paper to kind of decorate the back side here, and then we'll put the pieces together. Okay, so we're going to use these decorative papers in the back, and I'm just going to kind of piece out and fill this space. So I'm just going to tear off the cross here. I have this little terror thingy my sister made for me, which is pretty cool. Ooh, I kind of like that with that edge there. Maybe I'll use this somewhere else. Okay, so I think I'm going, because this one already has a lot of green, and this one, the gingham feels very much like it would be on a kitchen, or with a kitchen, or with a something. Feels like it should go on the left. So, and I like this pink. So I am just going to glue that down, and it's going to take up most of that background here. And then what we're going to do here is we are making a flip out with this house. So I am going to glue these. You could actually make this into a pocket as well if you left one side open. I'm not going to do that, but that's an option. So I'm going to glue this here. That would have been kind of fun for the key. I feel like, oh, sorry. I feel like I would forget it was in there. Okay, so there is our house. So this is our Foxglove Inn. And then when we flip it over, we see the gardens, which are part of the original story. And I think to flip it, what we're going to do is we're going to tuck it in like this. And then it can just flip out like that. So we're going to do a little bit of that green right here. This is where you could also like use some of the washi tapes would be cute to cover this up. I'm going to go back in and kind of fill in some of the space at the end. So this is gonna go here. And then we're going to have this is our front desk. So for this, what you may have to do is just trim off a little tiny edge on each of these, just a bit. That way it doesn't interfere in your spine. So this is gonna glue here. This is going to be here. You could also glue, yeah, that's gonna be fine. So that's too far over if we do it that way. So we're gonna just do it right here, tucked in. What happens if we put it up here? This could be cute too. I want it covered up. So I'm gonna put my glue there. I'm going to glue this right here. So on this, I'm just gluing right here, and on the bottom. So not this fussy cut edge. My husband brought me coffee. Okay, so for here, we've got Martha Pike. Well, I'm gonna wait a second for that to dry a little bit more. This is our bill of fare, so the foods that they would have served. This is an actual like vintage thing, a little vintage piece. So we're gonna glue this with the backing because these are both on paper, and so I wanted to make it a little bit thicker. There are some things though that I was trying to keep the thickness manageable. Might need to trim that down just a hair. And then this is Abigail's home cake. So we're going to glue that with the backing. And then we are going to put the recipe tab right on the top. I think these are different sizes for some reason. Not sure why. So here is her little recipe, and we're just going to glue these back to back so that it only has recipes on the front. Had it upside down. There's that. Okay, so let's tuck in our Martha Pike card, recipe, and then you can put this kind of in the back if you want. And then, and this can go further over here. And then here is our key to the river room, and you'll see the river room right here. So that's our key, and that folds over right there. And then we're going to move on to the right side. And I'm going to glue this down across the back. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to put a little bit of, I don't want, I think I'm liking the green. Okay, so for this one, you have some guests at the Foxglove Inn. And so you're going to get to choose how they go. So you have a picture here of, there's Jacob and Susanna Miller and their daughter, Hannah. So you'll have 3 choices for each of those, and you can choose how they go on there. They are marked on the page who each one of them is. And then these are our 2 pockets. So we've got one that's going to go down here, one that's going to go a little higher. You just want to make sure that when your cards are in here, that they don't peek out too far above at the top. But what you do also have is this little label for the guest register that's going to go right there in the middle. So I'm going to put that together right now. And this is supposed to be kind of like your travel album. So if you wanted to put a picture here that kind of looked like you, or what you would look like if you were in a colonial town, you can do that. I have some extra, there's a ton of extras that you can put in here. I am gonna see if she can fit anywhere in here. Let me just cut her down and see what that looks like. I'm going to pretend this is me. Cut her a little bit too small, I think. So I am tucking 3 in the bottom and 3 in the top, and those are assigned rooms. So you'll notice that these rooms line up with the rooms that are right here listed. And that is layout 3. On to layout 4. Okay, we are back. This is layout 4. And there's a left and a right side, of course. And there are no people per se on this layout, so you don't have to choose a person. But the first thing I'm going to do is show you what pages or what pieces go on what page. So you're going to have this decorative. Let's flip our page. You're going to have this decorative paper that you can arrange however you want to. Just so you know, the belly band is going to go on the right side. And then, so I think I'm going to do mine like this so I can present a little bit of contrast. This one is a mostly green layout, so I want to present the contrast here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tear these just like I did on the last layout, and then put those in the back. And then I'm going to take my fussy cuts. So these 2 butterflies need to be saved for the next layout. I'm just going to take the rest of my fussy cuts and I'm going to glue them back to back for the right side. And then we will come back and work on the layout together. Okay, so I've got that done. And so now we're going to get started on our layouts. So on the left-hand side, we're going to have this flip up. This is Market Square, and we are introducing Market Day. This is the event, Market Day. So this is going to flip up. We're going to first just glue this image right here, but we want it to flip up correctly. So we want it to be right side up when we flip. So it's going to look upside down now. So let's glue that on. And something that they would have used or could use at Market Day at the Market Square is tokens with a vendor. So we have a token that will go in the little tuck spot. Trying to get this on here before it sticks too much. I'm gonna move these things around. So get my thing over here. I didn't get that stuck down fast enough. And I have a fan going, so it's kind of drying everything out in here. Got that. Mine is not going on there. I'm gonna have to turn the fan off because this is gonna drive me crazy. Okay, fan's off. This flips up this way. Trim that. Scissors, scissors, scissors. Okay. Okay, so this is going to flip up here. And then under, or like around that, we're going to have a couple of things going on. So we have our crate of fresh produce going here. I'm going to trim that just a hair so it doesn't interfere. So we'll have a tuck spot here, and then we're just going to glue that right here, here, and the bottom. I've got glue everywhere. Everywhere. Okay. So that's going to go there. And then we have this little market chatter. And so these are things that would be overheard at the market. And so I think I'm going to tuck that up here towards the top. And then my market day. Like I outlined what I was going to do here, but I did not. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to tuck this way. So this is a broadside that would have been seen to announce market day. We have market chatter going on here. You know what, we're going to put that up here. And then we're going to put market chatter underneath. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to glue this down here. And I'm just going to tuck this down right there. And we're going to flip that up there. And then this is where we can go put in some of that washi tape. want. Okay, or I can just go right over this right here. And then I am going to cut off just the edge of this so that I can offset this just a bit. So I'm going to cut there and there. And then I'm going to go and ring those edges. Okay, so I've got this here. I'm going to, I think I'm going to tear that. It's cardstock, so that's not going to, I'm going to tear it a little bit. I don't want to tear away too much. Okay. Where's my... Oh. I think I'm going to leave it straight on that edge. Right here. So you would have heard this tucking and everything around there. So then we're going to put this fresh produce right down here. The sides and the bottom. Hold that. And then we have our map of Market Square. We also have a just arrived, so this would have been posted at the Market Square, just arrived at Cooper's General Store. This is about the imported goods. So I have included a couple of little tabs here, but there are 4 tags total. So you can turn 2 of the tags into have a tab top, or you can, and then the other 2 can be like, tags. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. Okay, so I think I'm going to put this one, I'm going to save this one, and I'm going to put this one here. Or I'm going to put them both on that side. And I think I'm going to punch a hole in this. Let me grab my hole punch. I'm going to use this, whatever this is, lace, I guess, and I'm going to kind of just make a loop over for this. Twine would be cute here too, like a twine or a jute. I cut a little longer. And then just tied that on there. And I've got map here, and then here is the token to go there. And then let's do this right side. That's a little thick for that, but it's okay. Okay, so on this right side, we are doing a belly band, and we are just going to, and you can move over any of the pieces wherever you want them. This is going to go right down the middle, so we're just going to glue on the top and bottom here. I didn't ink any of this, so let me do that real quick because this needs it. I'm just going to snip that off. Okay. So here is what we're going to do with this. So we have this belly band piece that's going to open up. We are going to put, we have a couple of squares. So this square, that's the basket, is going to go on the inside. And it's going to get glued all the way down. So we're going to glue that all the way down. This is our basket that we took to the market square to get our goods. So there's that. And then we're going to turn it over. And this, honestly, it doesn't matter either way because you're not going to see it. But you're only going to glue this on 3 sides. So I'm going to hold it where I don't want to glue it. And I glued on the 3 sides. And then I'm going to place that right there. So that's going to create a tuck spot in the back for us there. And then I am gluing right here, so you can place it kind of wherever you want. I think I'm going to put this one I want space for my tags. I'm going to put it right in the middle, and then I'm going to decide about this. I'm not sure if I'm loving that knot there. But here, I'm just going to glue this down. So I'm going to put a little bit of glue here. And then place that. Actually, I'm going to put a little bit more glue than that. And then make sure my tuck spot is up. I'm going to glue right in the middle. And then I'm going to take my little tabs and put them on 2 of my tags, and then the other one I'm going to put I was thinking like this fiber, and that's actually what I may end up doing on the other one because I don't like how thick it is. Because this I could put a few different strands. So let me just snip. Okay, and then for my punch, let's see. Oh, there it is. don't need that in all of them, but I don't know which one I'm going to use. So, and then for my tabs, I think I'm going to do tab here and a tab here. So let's do, it's just a tab to like hold it. It's not, it's not really for something. You can write on there if you want. I guess that would be really cute with that tag. I'm gonna put this here. And then I'm gonna put this. This would be really cute with jute. I do not know where mine is. So this can tuck right behind here in our little pocket. If we can, there we go. I want to cut a little notch or something out there. That can go right down there. And then these can tuck right behind here. You've got, you could also go here. Let's see, where are we at? Where are we at? I can glue that down just a bit so that I can make sure it doesn't interfere. There we go. Okay. And then we've got a tag or a tab, and then we've got another tab. Let's see if this one will fit in here. Can't remember what I did. That one will if we put so it can just stick like that if you want. This one can stick right there. And there's another one back here. Or this one can go here. And this can go here. It's whatever you want. And then inside of our little basket, we've got a wooden spoon, a tart, we've got some fresh eggs, we've got some honey, a soft cheese, and a live chicken and herbs. And they just all get placed right there in the little basket. And then we just tuck this around like a box. So we start on one side, tuck this around, and then this will tuck right under here. Just like that. And you could like stamp on here. That would be really cute. So that is layout 4. Okay, so we are at layout 5. So let's turn our page. And this is super simple. So the way that I designed a few of the pages in here is so that you would have room to journal as you're going along in this journey through Foxglove Crossing. And so these are really just going to be placed right here. You can do torn edges if you want. You can do some washi tape behind the back, or you can just inset them. And the way that they measure out will probably be just inside of this area. I'm going to ink up the edges a bit because I like that, but you can do whatever you want to on yours. So there are 3 layouts like this, and they are super, super easy and fast to put together. I thought I would balance it out with some of the like very interactive and more intense layers. You could also like put a couple of creases in this if you wanted to. And this is done on paper so that it doesn't add a lot of bulk, but does add some what do I call it? What am I thinking of? Stability to the page. Oh, I really like that. That's cute. I think I'm going to do that on this too. Let's do... this. Ah! Didn't feel like that was going where I wanted it to go. Well, that's going to have some authentic wrinkles. I think for this one, I'm just going to apply right here. And that is layout 5. Okay, before we move on to layout 7, we need to go back to layout 5 for just a second. And you have these little butterflies that you can use separately on here or together, like back to back, and then add some flip. I think I'm going to do them separately, and I'm going to put one over here. Oops. I think I'm going to do one right here. Got a little crazy with the glue there. Yeah. Okay. So that is the addendum to layout 5. Okay, we are on layout 6. So this has left side and right side. You have this decorative paper, and what this belly band, I still somehow ended up with these upside down, even though I tried so hard not to. This belly band is going to go on the right side. So this is going to go underneath. And what I did was just kind of like pencil out where this would hit. And I'm going to tear this up the side here. Actually, I'm going to tear it a little bit further than that. Then I went ahead and put one of the pictures on for Rebecca Cooper. This is Rebecca Cooper or Cooper's General Store. And so you've got some tags here, different things, and those are going to go over here. You've got the store here, and that's going to flip up this way. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So the first thing we're going to do, let's see here. So we are going to glue these. These are some little belly bands. We're going to glue those here. And I think I'm going to put some of that blue right here. So I want to get this full length. I'm going to do this like, let's see, yeah. I'm going to ink this edge here. And then I am going to glue this down, but I've got a couple of these little pieces that didn't get trimmed that I'm cutting off. And I'm going to glue that down there. So I'm going to get that done first. So I'm kind of working on these side by side. And I feel like that kind of blends in there on that side. And then I'm going to put my belly band here, just gluing at the top and the bottom. Actually, this is a side pocket. So I'm going to glue, I'm not going to glue this side. I'm going to glue these 3 sides. So I'm going to turn it over because I'm right-handed. And then glue that there. And then I'm going to go ahead and glue these down. So these are like little belly bands, or little pockets, I should say. They're going to glue on 3 sides. So I'm going to glue here, here, here. And I'm going to position that right there. I think I'm going to trim that off just a hair. As this gets a little fluffy, you want to make sure that you are holding things down in case there's like a curve or something there. Then I'm going to trim just a bit off here as well. A little bit more. And I'm just going to glue there, and I'm going to let this one come up a bit from the bottom. I'm going to hold that for a second, and then I think what I'm going to do, what do I want to do here? This could be fun. This could actually be created as a tuck spot, or you know what I think I'm going to do before these dry too much is I'm going to lift these up. And I am going to glue this on this side. So what I'm going to do here for that is trim off that white. And then this is torn on this edge, but if I want that white to show, I need to tear it towards me like this. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to ink that up just a bit. And I'm going to glue that down. And then I'll re-glue those pockets. Ooh, I think I have to scrub this glue off me tonight. In this shower, it's gonna be crazy. Okay, still got a lot on there. I think I'm going to lift this up a bit so that kind of comes up closer to the top here. I think that'll look good, kind of offset what was there. Okay, so now let me go back and glue these pockets. And this one. And then I've got my general store here. This is going to glue right here. It's going to flip open like this. And then before I glue that on, I'm going to glue this little pocket, little tuck spot here, which looks like it is also. So I'm going to glue 3 spots here, or 3 sides here. And I'm going to glue this down. So I'm going to hold that down for a minute. And then I am going to use a couple little pins. You could use whatever you want. You could staple, you could, I'm going to use a couple of these little pins. And I've got, so let's tuck, okay, so we've got Rebecca Cooper. Her card can go right here. And then we've got her ledger here. And this is another one where you could kind of fold it and give it a bit more authenticity. You could do the same on this side, or it could become like a secret journal card on one side. So that's going to go in there. And then I have some imported goods. So the sign that we saw on the other layout that talked about just arrived at Cooper's General Store, that was for imported goods. So here are our imported goods right here on these square tags. And then these are just other things that Rebecca's store carries. Then we've got these, which are new arrival and imported goods. And I am going to attach these right here. So I think what I'm going to do is for one of them, let me get my punch. I've got like a small punch here. And I think I'm going to do that right there. So I've got that, and I'm going to put this little pin there. It's like a little safety pin, call it, kind of thing. And so I've got that for one of them. So I feel like it kind of is like that little tag is hanging on there. Love it. And then I have another one with this imported goods. I could do another one of those, or I've got a stapler. Really like this as well. I think I'm going to save that one. I think I'm going to do another pin on this. So here's the pin. This one could go up there. And then for these are our different goods. So I've got 3 tabs. What I might do is I'm going to glue these back to back and then put a tab over the top of them. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. And it doesn't matter, they're all the same size, so just kind of doing this on the fly. Or deciding this on the fly, I guess. know where I was going to put these. I was going to put these imported goods right here because they're by the door. They're by the front door. And then these, I'm going to glue these back to back. And then I'm going to put the tags on these. And there is lots of other ephemera that you could add to these tabs if you wanted to. I think I'm gonna... And that is layout 6. So now we're over to layout 7. Layout 7. Okay, here we are on layout 7. Okay, now this is the Wells and Daughter printing or print shop. And this whole project started off with these two people right here. So there are 2 sides. One side is primarily going to talk about our people that are in the shop, which is Josiah and Temperance Wells, father and daughter. And then the right side is going to be what they do here, and it's going to kind of have a pocket here. So the first thing I think I want to do is add a little bit of texture to the background, color to the background, and I'm going to use it like this. And then I'm going to do the same thing I've been doing, where I'm going to tear it a little bit on the edges. And then I am going to use my brown ink here. Okay, and then I'm going to take these 2 pockets here, and they are just going to be glued on the top, the bottom, and the side. Editing Christine here. These are now pockets with gussets. And I am just kind of eyeballing where I want them to land over here, but I am going to leave a little bit of space along the side here between them. And then I am going to take, I've got a couple of pieces of ephemera here. And I am going to put, so I've got Foxglove Gazette. It is for a subscription to the Foxglove Gazette. This is something they would have printed. It's a ticket to a evening of music and dancing. And then this is just like decorative. So I think I want to put it right between these two. It feels a little big that way. So I think I'm going to do it like this, unless I cut it and put it there. You can do whatever you want. I think I'm going to wait on that for a minute. Then this side, let me go ahead and decide what I want. So I've got Josiah and Temperance. Josiah's the father. This guy looks a lot like this guy, but he's a little bit darker skin. And this is kind of who I pictured, I think. And then his daughter, her skin is a little bit like his, so there's Temperance, and here's Josiah. So those need to be glued on pretty well because this gets folded. You might need to add a little bit more glue in a minute. So we were going to fold these in half, or yeah, in half is fine. And I am going to use my little pusher thing here to burnish that. This is actually from like my silhouette set. So I'm gonna a little bit of that there and there. They're printers, so there's a lot of ink. So we're going to, oh, that needs a little bit more glue. Okay, what about this one? Oh, that one's good. So we're going to, I'm going to take I might have gone a little crazy on the glue. Might need to keep that open. Okay. That is not. We're just going to tuck that in right there. Okay. And then this, we're going to tuck. Yours will fit. So I'm going to add, I think, gussets to yours. Okay, so there's that. And then we're going to take this, and I'm going to kind of tear a little bit of a pocket here, but then I'm leaving these sides straight. So off just a bit. So it doesn't interfere. And then I'm just going to put along two sides here. Let's see, what do I want to do? I don't know. This is a very like dark and inky layout. And then I'm going to use a little bit to decorate. So I have these little strips here that are like decorator strips from a printer. And I'm going to use those and kind of lay them up here to accent my pocket here. We've got these little tags. And these can be put in wherever. That is layout 7. Okay, before we move on to layout 8, I need to show you something I forgot to tell you about layout 7. So this is a letter to Temperance from her dad, Josiah. And so that gets folded. I folded it right below You Have Shown Me. And then I inked it up, folded that and put that in there. Also, I went back and added a little bit of glue right here on the bottom. And that will keep things from sliding too far down in there. And then I think that's it. I just added these in here and wanted to show you those two. And then I'm going to add gussets to your pockets so that everything slides in there correctly. Now, moving on to layout 8. Layout 8 is all about the Foxglove post house, which is where the mail comes in. And it's about Eli Finch, which is the post writer. And we've got a few different things going on this layout. The first, on the left side, so we've got some decorative paper. And then we have a piece, this is a satchel that was like a post writer satchel. So we're going to glue that as a tuck spot. It's going to have a letter. There's going to be his character card, and we've got some other pieces that can go in that as well. And then we've got a letter. This letter goes here. We've got a map, and we have some fussy cuts, some really, really big fussy cuts. So I'm going to glue those together. I'm going to pick my Eli. And then we have these pieces right here. So these are 5 different little envelopes. You'll fold these envelopes in. There are some lines here, and this shifting is driving me crazy. It doesn't do it on every page, but when it does. Okay, so there are some lines here. You'll see that's where you're going to score those. And then these are just going to fold in like this and glue. So they're all addressed. This one says Cooper's General, and so it's Cooper's General Store. So the letter for Mrs. Cooper will get folded and put into that. So I'm going to do that and fast forward right here so that you can we can get to this quicker. Okay, I got all that stuff done, and I just didn't want you to have to sit there and watch me do something super redundant. So let's decide how we want to accent this. So this one has a lot of brown already, and I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to save this piece because this one is going to go here. I don't want anything else on it. I'm just going to use this one for this side. So that's what I'm going to do here, and I'm going to tear it. And I think I'm just going to have up to about right there. Tear this white off. And I've got my this is kind of going, it's kind of directional. So I think I'm going to have it going up this way. And I wanted a little bit more of that white. So and I tore it on the wrong side for that. So starting my timer. Okay. So I'm going to glue that down. I've got this here. Now, before I put this pocket down, I have a, grab it here. I've got a couple things. One, I have this fussy cut. I'm going to glue the fussy cut back to back. And the other thing I have is the maps. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I've got this. So this is a letter, and I thought I would use it as a second, like, little pocket here. I don't know what for necessarily, but I thought it was cute. So what I think I'm going to do that is, but I want the wax seal showing. So I'm going to glue just right here. And then I'm going to glue right here, just along this edge. And then to make this, I'm going to glue just along this edge, and the bottom. So the very edge here, the very edge here, and then the very bottom. And then Eli works for the post house in Foxglove Crossing. So we're going to give his satchel a little metal, like it's like a little embossed metal thing. Name tag. I'm starting to get very tired. I'm going to use a little foam tape to lift that up a hair. So I'm just going to take, apparently I haven't used this one yet. So use that right here. And let me grab backing piece, and then I'm going to put that right here. I may regret that, may be too thick, but it's there. Okay, I'm letting this dry for a bit, and then I am going to add a little contrast up there. Okay, now pull this back just a hair. So this, I thought, could go underneath this, but then I glued it down, so that wasn't the best idea I've had today. Okay, so nix that idea. It's too thick, and it's not what I wanted to do. Instead, I'm going to use it as a holder for my flowers. So I kind of pictured okay. I kind of pictured Eli taking like he has I just picture like a couple of little kids, and he comes by, they give him the mail, and he gives them, or they give him some flowers. So I thought that would be so cute to tuck these in there like that. So just in this. Let me think of how I wanted to do that. He just almost has them like tucked in his satchel like this. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to glue this here. and then this on top. So that's like holding the flowers. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, let's just do that here. And we can tuck the flowers in. No, no. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Okay. Okay, there's that. We're just gonna tuck these flowers in somewhere else. They're gonna go maybe back here. There we go. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and glue this belly band down, top and bottom. And then for these letters, so let me tell you. So the meeting house is going to be Reverend Crow. That's going to get tucked in here. And then Wells Printing, Mr. Wells. And then Ashgrove School is Miss Ashby. And then Riverbend Wharf is Captain Reed. And Cooper's General Store is Mrs. Cooper. And then there are a variety of colors here, so you can kind of stagger them however you want. I'm going to do like that, that, and that. And there's 5 of them, so you can just stagger them, and then you're going to glue right on the back of this and then place it down. And then we have the mailbag that's going to tuck in here. We've got the map. So the map is going to get glued back to back. There is a right side or like a direction for it. For a second so I can place this. So that's going to tuck right in there. And then this is Eli Finch. That's a picture I picked for him, so we're going to tuck that back there. Then I think his this little package has come for him. That's what's going to tuck there in the front. Oh, this is a bag for there. I think I'm going to use the little tiny attacher. This is the Tim Holtz tiny attacher, and I think it's so cute. What do I want to add to it? I just want a little piece of something tiny like that to add right here, and then I'm just going to staple that. And then this is a letter from his brother, so we're going to fold that. And then we're going to stick it, I'm going to rough it up a bit. And so that can either go back here or it can go right here. And that is layout 8. Okay, we are at layout number 9. And what we're going to do first is I have gone ahead and put together the fussy cuts. There's some very large fussy cuts. I've gone ahead and backed those up with each other. And then I've got this decorative paper. I'm going to do the same thing that I've been doing with the back. And I think what I'm going to do, then I'm going to move this out of the way, and we're going to build a couple of our pieces. I'm going to go ahead and pick my Thomas Reed. I think he's going to be my Thomas. My Ellie girl is bummed out because nobody's home to play with her, and the girls just left. Okay, so before we do this other stuff, you're seeing our journal's getting pretty stacked up here, pretty big. I'm just gonna do the same thing around here. I just think this is a fun way to add some texture and color without like locking you in. So it gives you some choices, and I always like to give you some choices. So there's that. And then I'm gonna put a little bit of ink here. This one will be more separated because it's where our two signatures come together. And I like this for this side because it's got these really pretty teacups. So the wharf is where this all the goods and stuff would come in. This is on a river. Foxglove Crossing is on a river. Okay, so that's glued down now. And then we're going to take our crates right here, and these are going to become a tuck spot. So we're just going to glue on this edge and the bottom, right along the side here and the bottom. I'm going to get that glued down. I'm going to glue it as far over as I can get it here. And then we've got our other piece. I didn't ink that one up. And that one is going to glue on this side, just on the bottom and the side. Oh, Ellie girl. Okay, so there's that. Now I'm going to move this over so we can, okay. So now what we have is, we're going to glue, let me get that back in frame. We're going to do that in a second. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. Okay, I just don't want to forget. Okay, we have this little tab, and what it is a, like the top of a clipboard, the little metal like clip that would be on a clipboard. So we've got that. We've got this note. This is a note to Mrs. Cooper, and it is from Thomas Reed, and he's telling her he's going to send it with the runner to tell her that her stuff that she bought came in. So this is going to attach here, but we're not going to glue that part down. This is going to go on the back. So what we're going to do is we're creating a hidden note here that's kind of like a clipboard. So we are just going to fold this in thirds, and we want to make sure that it fits. So we are going to put a little mark here. And we just want to fold it in thirds. So we're going to do, and it doesn't have to be perfect. So I'm going to fold that. And then I'm going to fold back this way. I think I want to get it a little closer. There. And so this is going to go on the back here. So we can do that however we want. I'm going to do it like this, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to put some ink on those folded edges and along the outside edges. Now what we're going to do is we are going to glue down this back side right here of this note. And we're going to put that right there. And then we are going to, we want to make sure this opens up like this. We're going to put our Mrs. Cooper note right here, but we need to check for the measurements. So we want this clip, this clipboard metal piece to come over it like this. So that's good on our note, and I'm just going to take and put a little line of glue right across there like that. So this will create some movement in our journal. Oh, I'm moving it around too much. There we go. Okay, and now we're going to put glue on our tab. And we are going to keep that open. And then we are going to clamp our little metal clipboard piece down. And then we're going to pull our journal back over here again, and we can tuck everything in. So we got this coffee beans. Those are actually, that bag of coffee beans is going to sit right on top of our crate here. So I'm just going to glue the bottom piece so I don't get glue everywhere. And that is part of our tuck spot with our crates. So we're going to put Thomas Reed right in here. And then we can put our cargo manifest right here if we want. Again, this can go wherever you want it to. We have some things that have been shipped. Oh my gosh, the glue. We have some things that have been shipped. And then we have this on the dock that's our rope. So we're going to tuck our rope right here. And then we've got our clipboard. That's going to go right back here. We've got these teacups that came in. So I'm going to put those right here. And then this is a sugar loaf. We've got some fabric and some ribbon. And these are not all proportionate, of course. But I think I'm going to add a little bit of color over here. Let's see, I want to tilt this a little bit more than I did before. So let's see if I can, yeah, we're going to make it work even though it was really, really down there. Okay, there we go. So we can see his face right there. So we've got this. And that is layout 9. Okay, we are back with layout 10. And there is a lot of fun stuff going on in this layout. Although it is pretty, I don't know, straightforward. You have a couple of fussy cuts. These you're going to want to save for the next layout, layout number 11. And then these are extra if you want to use them. There is a decorative paper in here, although there is not a ton of room to use it, so you can save it for another layout or whatever you want to do. I'm going to use, so here's what we got going on. On the right-hand side, we have a full scene for the Blackthorn Mill. And I'll show you how to put that together in a second. And then we have, on the left here, we have a fussy cut of a flour sack for the corner, and then a couple things to go inside of here. I think what I'm going to do is I really love, I already have some stuff going on here with the wood, but I have stone here. So I think I'm going to go with this as a background. And so I'm going to just use my little ruler, my little tear ruler, to tear this a bit. I'm going to save that. And, you know, I did that, but then now, okay, let's do it this way. We're going to tear it this way. So this is a fun layout. One of the things we're going to do after we get this, we're going to pick our Samuel Blackthorn character and then glue that onto his character card. And then this layout actually goes together pretty easily, even though it is very, very interactive. And I kind of went rogue on my inking here. I did some green, I did some blue. Here's the green edges that I did. Let's see if you can see that, okay. And I did my vintage photo color. It really is my go-to. Even in a project like this has been fun to use some different colors. But I just find that vintage photo is universal. Okay, so I am going to glue that down there. Let's see, This is day 2 of filming. So let's see how glue is going to work today. I think this is an adorable charm, but I think that this right here is a little small gauge wire. It's a little too small for this, the opening in this. This is what came up when I look up Sugar Bell, the coupler little glue things, but they don't, I can't find them right now. I can't find Sugar Bell bottles. But I found those, and it's working, except for the too small of a gauge of wire. My daggle. Oh, and these clips are huge. See how big they are? They are huge clips that I got at our local creative reuse center. I need to make some videos on that because I've been 3 times and you would not believe the stuff that you can find there. However, just know this is on my last trip, and these are so, my mom used to use those and I can't find anything that big anymore. Okay, so here we are. So we are just going to glue this down. Let's pick our Samuel Blackthorn. I really tried to give you a lot of variety in skin tones and colors, just like I try to do on every kit that I make. But I tried to also keep it what would be a little bit closer to the historical time period. So while I would usually include some Asian type of different tones and things like that, that would have not been common in this era. So, okay, so for this, I'm doing the side here, and I'm just going to follow along this fussy cut line here. And hold that down for just a second. And then we've got our Samuel Blackthorn here. And we are going to put in our wheat seed, and then these get glued back to back. So you have the farmhouse bread recipe and then the grains of the colonies, and those just get put back to back. They are printed on paper, so this just makes them a little bit thicker and yet still flexible. By flexible, I just mean like bendable, so you could fold them, and you can add some like vintage wear to them, but then they still feel it. I love the feeling of this back-to-back paper. It just feels nice. It's not thick necessarily or as strong as cardstock, but that like is not going to tear either. Well, that would have been so hilarious. Not really, if that would have torn. Okay, so I've got this here, this here. You can arrange this. It can be whatever you want it to be, honestly. And then here we go with this layout. So for the back here, and you're probably going to have to trim this down a bit, you want to at least keep the left side straight because there is a door that goes on here to hide what's behind it. And I am going to, let's see, I've got a little bit of some little small Velcro things I'm going to use. You don't have to use that, but let me just trim this. How do I want to trim? Do I want to tear? I think I'm going to tear. I think I'm going to tear down this side and the top and bottom so that I get a little bit more texture. But I'm going to kind of go this way at the same time because you'll notice this goes all the way edge to edge right here. So that'll kind of show like, yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And I think I'm gonna tear just a hair right there. So I'm not gonna tear on the bottom. Okay, so I'm gonna bump this as far over as I can. I'm gonna glue it straight down. Of course, if you wanted to add another pocket here, this would be the time to do it. You could add like a slide in here, or at the top, or at the bottom. Okay, so I've got that there. There we go. Okay, and then we've got here, you'll see a score line right there, and that is for you to score it, and then you're going to want to fold this back and forth a couple of times. This is just going to get glued right there, and the picture matches up. There are several layers here to this little mechanism, and everything just gets lined up, picture in picture. So there's that. And then we'll add a little Velcro here in a second. So underneath here, you have this kind of hidden area, and it is supposed to be like inside the mill. And so you want to just make sure that it doesn't peek out past the little thumb notch here. But honestly, it doesn't have a particular placement because it's just supposed to give you a glimpse. It's just supposed to be fun. What could be fun here? Let's see, what could be fun? This would be a great place to put in a little extra tag. There's some tags with the kit. This would be a little fun place to do it. I'm not gonna do it, I'm just moving on. But that would be a good place. There's an idea, an extra idea for you. And I just wanna make sure I want to pull this over a bit, but not too far. Okay, and then we'll place that down. Okay, and then we have this wheel bottom. This is going to get bumped right to the top of your hidden or your opening door. And it, of course, it just matches literally right up to the image. So, you know, as best you can. But what you're going to want to do is only glue around this bottom edge so that it stays free and clear about that. So I'm going to bump it here. And I'll let that dry for a second. And then I'm gonna go ahead and put my Velcro here. Let's see, where do I wanna put that? I feel like it's lifting a little bit right here. So I think I'm gonna add it right behind there. And there are clear and white pieces here. So I want the clear to go on the bottom, so that when you lift it up, you don't necessarily like see that first. So I'm just putting these end to end. Let me grab my little tweezers here. Let's see if I can. My tweezers want to do the job, but this is some strong adhesive. And a cat hair. Oh boy, okay. My clear is still on bottom, so I am gonna put this right here in this corner and stick that down. Okay, now this is, I was mentioning earlier, like you could take this, you could even add a little bit of a like white circle on the inside, a little bit smaller, but this is just going to slip down right here between that. I might have gotten but you get the idea. I might have gotten my glue up there a little too high, but it's just supposed to be a little interactive thingy. And then we lift here and we see the inner workings of the mill. And then I'm gonna glue my little bird here. The bird is visiting and sitting at the top of the mill wheel. So he could go right here, or he could flip around and go this way. I think we're gonna have him go that way. He probably wouldn't be sitting on there for long because the mill would be moving. But anyway, so that is layout 10, Blackthorn Mill. We are to layout 11. Hopefully you were able to hear that last part because the microphone was not connected correctly. Anyway, so this is another one of our super easy layouts, just like this one, layout 5. This is layout 11. And you can either choose to have the image on the left and the journaling page on the right, or you can flip-flop them. I am going to clip down my pages. Let's see if I can get, see, these things like just are massive. And then you have your butterflies that can go on there. So I'm going to do the same that I did before. I'm just going to trim off instead of tearing. So let me get my trimmer. Also, let me get my glasses. And I am just going to And that is layout 11. Okay, we are to layout 12. And this is when you will probably want to reference some of your previous layouts, unless you just remember, because this is where we're going to have students coming in to the picture, and they are related to some of the people that we've already covered. So the only one that we haven't covered yet is William Hart, who is the son of Eleanor Hart. And so we don't have to worry about him or picking his, like him coordinating. And of course, if this doesn't matter to you, don't worry about it. But I'm going to real quick look back at my previous. So Jonathan Reed is connected to Thomas Reed, and he is our wharf master. So I've got a couple of options here. There's 3 options for each one of the students. So I'm picking this for Jonathan. And so I'm just going to glue these together. You're just going to glue them back to back. This has a little bit of the information about each student and then a place for their picture to go. So I'm just going to reference my pieces real quick and then glue those together, and then pick a character for Lydia Ashby. This is the school teacher. She is not married yet. So she doesn't have a connection in here yet. And I'm going to glue those pieces together. I have inked up my pieces, and then I am going to come back here and we're going to put this layout together. Okay, so we have our students and we have our teacher. And so now let's start building our layout. So I've given you decorative paper. Again, you can use this however you want to. On the left-hand side, we're going to have this lesson book along with this belly band. And I don't know what's up with my printer because it seems to print sizes like the pages at a certain percentage of change, and then the other pages are like chunk journal pages as a certain percentage, and then other pieces not the same. So that's going to have to be trimmed a hair. Anyway, we have a belly band here, and then we are going to have right here some of this slate paper is going to form 2 pockets for our students to be in, along with this kind of header. So I've got a lot of pink going on here. I don't want to put anything on this side. And I like this, but I don't want a ton of it. I think with the pictures on there, I'm not going to put anything on this layout. You can choose differently, of course. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to glue my image to the back of this. So when this flips out, this is her lesson book, and I folded it a few times. And this is the image of the classroom that's going to go right inside of here. You just want to make sure that it's bumped up all the way to the edge. and you might need to trim off a sliver on one or both sides. I'm just going to trim the smallest piece. There and off of here. Okay. And then I think I'm just going to glue right here. Trimmed off a little too much right there. So wish I could figure that out. Okay. So now, before I glue this on, I have this little tuck spot, and this is a top tuck spot, so it actually is just going to go to the top of your image here. If you trimmed off like I did, you might want to do the same on here. But it will match up. And you're just going to glue, not this side. So I'm going to hold this side so I know which one not to glue. And I'm gluing just the top. There we go. Okay, and now we are going to glue this here. So this is where, again, like a piece of washi tape, the printed one's fine, would be great. And I'm going to glue right here. And I am going to affix this to the very edge of my page. Okay. Okay, and then that flips open like that, and then I'm going to take my belly band right here, the ruler's belly band, and measure all this out, and then I feel like it needs just a slight adjustment because of that printing thing. I've got to figure that out because that is gonna drive me crazy. Okay, and I don't want to push it all the way to the edge. I just want it close. I'm going to glue these 3 sides. I think I said belly band, but I meant pocket. Or tuck spot. It's getting fluffy, so it's getting harder to glue in. that's when it would be helpful to have like your signatures outside of there. Okay, so for this, we are going to do, let's move our people over here. So we have our pocket for Miss Ashby. And then the scripture card can tuck like right here. You can just, depending on how far up. In fact, if you want to, you can glue all right there so that it doesn't go up too far, but that's just like it's hanging on the wall almost, and then it can flip, and then you could journal something on the back. And then we've got our penmanship practice here. And then let's glue together our slate. So these will, these are just mirror images of each other. Where are we at? Okay, yeah. So they will match up. If you cut yours by hand, and they don't exactly match up, do not worry about it. Just move on. Okay. Now, this right side, go a little. Okay. On this right side, we want to make sure we have enough room for our students here. So we can bump this down a little bit. It doesn't have to be all the way down to the bottom because they can overlap right here. So I'm going to put a little mark with something that is not here, which is my pencil. I'm just going to make a little mark right there. And I'm measuring like where I'm placing these. So this can come down a little bit further. Right there. Okay, so now I'm just going to glue 3 sides. Same with this one, 3 sides. And then for the top, I am going to do kind of like what I did with one of those other pieces, but I'm just going to layer it like this. I'm going to leave this not torn. So I think what I'm going to do, wow, that's loud. That's the trash truck. Okay. So I'm just layering that right there and making that one piece, and then I am now going to glue this. I don't know who's honking or why. Put that there. And now I am just going to tuck in my students. The scholars. This flips over that way, and that is layout 12. Okay, we are to layout 13, and this one you will need some kind of craft knife, X-Acto knife, and it's pretty straightforward. Here's what I'm going to do really quick. I'm going to pick my image for Eleanor Hart. I'm basing that off of the student that I picked for William Hart. So he kind of has like darker skin. Maybe he's Hispanic. So I am going to go with this for Eleanor Hart. So I'm going to glue her down. And then I am going to ink up a bit. I have some fussy cuts here. This just goes back to back. And then this one is actually going to be used for a tuck spot. So I'm going to glue this. And then I'm going to show you what we're going to do with these little drawers for the apothecary cabinet. You also have a decorative paper. I'm not going to do anything on the left since that's where my apothecary cabinet goes, but I am going to use this piece for kind of like a little bit of a wallpaper look in the back here. So I'm going to fast forward right here as I glue a couple of pieces together here and ink it up, and then we will come back and do that. Okay, so we are to our left-hand side here, and the way this is going to work, we're going to put it together right here without messing with the journal. I'm going to trim. I think I'm going to I think I'm going to trim. So this is about the same page size as your page. I'm going to trim mine down just a hair, and I'm going to do it with my trimmer first. Let's see. And by hair, I mean like a hair. Let's see. I'm going to trim off at the top and the bottom. So now we have this, and you're going to need a cutting surface, somewhere you can cut on. Let's see how that looks on my journal page. Do I have enough clearance there? Yes. Okay. So now on one of the pages, you received these little drawers of different herbs. And what I did was when I cut them out, I just wrote on the back what they were. And so what we're going to do here is this has been stacked, so it's kind of curling. Let's kind of straighten that out a bit. Okay. Okay, now all we're going to do, and if you did my little cottage folio, you saw me do something like this before. So you can decide how you want to do this. You can either cut the bottom side, and they can fold out like this, or you can cut top side, top bottom, and they can fold over like this. So there are drawers that would pull out like this. Obviously they can't do that, so I'm going to have mine go this way. And so we're just cutting right there on the openings, and then we're going to glue these behind, and they are sized so they fit right behind here, and they're as if you're looking down in the drawer after you open it up. So I am just going to cut those out right now. Okay, now that I did that, I am going to turn my knife around, and so it's not sharp, but it is pointed. And I am going to score these on that side where they are to fold. I'm kind of making sure these open. Okay, now I'm just going to score. I'm not pushing hard. In fact, I think that might be a little sharp. This is pointed. It's actually like an awl or like a punch tool. But I am concerned with scratching my paper, so I'm not sure I'm going to do that. I just need to fold them back and make sure they fold. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to push this. If you noticed when I was cutting, I am very efficient in very few things. One of the things I am efficient in is making the same movement. So I will like cut everything that requires the same movement over and over again, like, and then, I don't know, I think it helps my brain work better when I don't have to make a decision on what is next. So I'm only task switching 3 times instead of whatever the combination of numbers would be here. 9 times. Probably be multiples of that actually, because you'd have to decide what row is next. So yeah, I think about these kind of crazy, weird engineering things. Okay, so those are all pressed open now. And I'm gonna glue from the back side. So this is the chamomile door. I am just going to glue the chamomile here, and you can decide how you want it to look. But the goal is to just glue it right along the edges of the opening so that this closes back. So I'm going to take my glue here and very, very small, very small. In fact, let me see how long that takes and then my glue. Cute. Okay. So then there's lavender, then peppermint, and I probably have this. So there's my lavender. I have this moving like this. So I'm going to do that right now. Okay, now we're going to let that dry for a minute. And let's bring our journal back over here. So this is going to glue here. Before I close the doors though, I want to let any glue that could be sticking like this, I want to let that dry. I think I can probably get it on here while I am waiting for that, I am going to ink up my edges around this real quick where I trimmed. No. Okay, so I'm going to put my glue here. Okay, and these will eventually lay back flat. Just don't want them to be glued down. Okay, now while that's drying, I am going to work on this side of my page. Now this one's very simple. It is some tea, a little infusion recipe, and then Eleanor Hart. This can be tucked however you would like it. So one thing I was thinking is I would glue this and it could hold it, or glue down the side and it could hold it like that. And then these could tuck under here, or this can kind of become another holder. So that's what I'm doing. This is kind of a practice in paper mechanics and creativity and trying different things. I'm going to do that there, and then I think what I'm going to do here is this little bottom corner, so it'll still move. So we can go from this side. We've got her right there. It might be better to do it on that side, but how committed are we here? Pretty committed, so you might want to try it on this side instead of what I did. If that doesn't matter to you, and I am not going to let it matter to me, I'm going to actually do that. I'm going to do right here. And then I am going to use a little bit of rustic technique. I think that's what we're going to call this. When you decide you want to do something different, so you rip up the paper. This is a rustic technique. Oh. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. And see, look, it's still covered up. Yay. Yay. Look at us. Okay. So I'm tucking her in here like this. And then I've got her simple infusion right here. So we can go, ta-da, where's Eleanor Hart? Ta-da, there she is. You can also tuck this sideways. Do whatever you want here. You could do bottom here, like this. This here, or tuck this here. Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that. It needs a little bit more reinforcement here, though. We're just practicing. Okay, so there is your T behind there, and then Eleanor Hart here. And I think, whoops, while I'm at it, I'm going to add a little bit more green here. Do the same here. And that is layout 13. Okay, we are getting so close. We are to layout 14. And this is the meeting house. The meeting house was, of course, where they had church, as you can see, but it was also where they would have different town meetings and things like that. So it was kind of social. There was a little bit of, kind of governmental, I guess, and then, of course, spiritual. And so this is where Reverend Crow is kind of stationed. So I'm going to pick Reverend Crow's picture here, and then we are going to I'm going to ink up a little bit, and then we are going to get into our layout. There is not a backing paper for this layout that I can remember. So whatever you have left over from what you've done so far, you can use. There's just a couple small places that you might want to use it. So let's do that now. Okay, so we have our pieces here. I have picked my Reverend Nathan Crow, so I'm going to move him over to the side. And the first thing we're going to do is we are going to move our journal out of the way. And look, there's that upside down foxglove again. And we're going to put this hymnal together. It's just a mini book that's printed out on one sheet of paper. I have trimmed down the edges here for this. And the first thing you're going to want to do is just make sure all of your creases are, you're going to fold it into 8 sections. Just make sure everything is creased really well. And I am going to use my little presser. Not sure if I mentioned this yesterday, but that is from my silhouette. And I didn't ever use it for my silhouette. But I really like it for pressing stuff. And I wanted to press this down before I ink it. I just find it a whole lot easier to ink on folds. My folds done. I just want to make sure it's really good and creased. This makes it easier to put together. When you go to glue it together, it's a lot easier. So we are going to fold it hamburger fold. So this is a hamburger fold. This is a hot dog fold. Okay, we're going to hamburger fold it, and then we are going to cut just right here. So between the front that says Hymns and Psalms and Onward Christian Soldiers hymn, we're going to cut right along that line. Before I do that, I'm going to ink it. Okay, now that that's done, we are going to hamburger fold it. We are going to cut between Onward Christian Soldiers and Hymns and Psalms. Just right to that fold. Then we're going to unfold it and hot dog fold it. We're going to smush it together like a taco. Oh my goodness. And then we're just going to kind of flatten it out. And what we're going to do while we flatten it out is we're going to kind of line up the pages a bit. That way when we go to glue those, we only have to glue a couple of them, but I just find that that makes it a lot easier. So I'm kind of holding this and pressing here. And then we're just going to glue right here. So we're going to glue, we don't have to glue here. We're just going to glue like right here. I'm just going to put a little bit of glue. I've done other ones of these and you fold it on a different area, but this was the biggest one I could find. And I wanted you to be able to see the hem, the actual hems. You can glue more together, but you only have to glue these 2 pages for it to stay right. And I'm going to kind of repress right here. There we go. And then you can close it. I'm gonna just glue right here and right here. Go. Okay. Okay, so that's gonna be fun to edit because my camera stopped, I don't know, it just disconnected from the phone. The phone disconnected from the computer. So, and that's why I have my little timer going, because it reminds me to wiggle the mouse. So I'm going to take this opportunity right here to tell you what I've done. I've rounded the corners of the church, the inside church image, and I glued it down first, but wished that I would have glued the gatefold hinge around to the back of the church and then glued that whole piece down. So that's what I would recommend you doing. Bumping this right up. And I am gluing this down, pushing, pushing, pushing. Okay, now we are going to put our insets here. So these are just the insets of the front of the meeting house. We are so close. Okay, so the next part, you know what, that's where my other color is coming in. So I think what I'm gonna do here is use just a little bit of this here. And let's see what other papers I have. You could also use some of this. If you didn't use it on the last layout, that's fun. Ooh, I think I'm gonna do that because I've got the hymnal background here. So I'm gonna do this. Tear. And of course, this is one of the backing papers. So if you used it already, you want to do something completely different, you can do whatever you want. I'm throwing in those some decorative papers for you as well on that. Okay. I'm going to glue that there. I'm going to pull in just a bit because it's a bit wide. I am laughing at how hard I tried to get those signatures sewn in correctly. And I've got to find a trick for not doing it upside down. Okay, so our pew becomes a text spot. And what I'm going to do is glue right here along the sides and this bottom, but I'm going to glue these little legs all the way down. That way they don't interfere. I don't have any issues with them lifting. And then I've got my Reverend Nathan Crow character card here and my hymnal, which tucks right there. I don't want to interfere in its gluing, so I'm going to push that down a little bit more. And there's the opening to our church, the open doors. And that is layout 14. We are on layout 15, and this is the midwife's cottage. Charity Wright is the midwife for Foxglove Crossing, and her cottage or her house is kind of where she works out of because she does house calls. So she's the person that, you know, handles, you know, delivering babies and helping people that are sick and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick out my Charity Wright. I have had midwives that look like all of these ladies. My first midwife, she's been delivering for, so gosh, 30 years now, maybe. And she was super new whenever she's probably not quite 30 years maybe, but my son with my first midwife is 22 now, and this reminds me of her. Okay, so here's what we're going to do on this layout. On the left side, you have a pocket that goes right here. You probably are going to need to trim it. I don't want to make them too small. That's the thing. So I pump them up right to the edge. And there we go. Okay, so you're going to have a pocket here, and it's going to have Charity Wright, and it is also going to have a birth record in it. And then this is a letter to Charity from Ruth Atwood, who is one of the other residents of Foxglove Crossing. And this is just to thank her for her delivering. I have not used a lot of pink, so I am going to pink up this one like crazy. And then I'm going to fold it, increase it. It doesn't matter where it folds, just as long as it gets into the pocket. And it can go sideways. So I'm going to fold it. Right here. It is below anxious, yet I take comfort knowing. And I want you to read that when you put yours together. So I'm going to wait on that. And then on the right side, we are going to do this backdrop. So you can choose, I've put a lot of different patterns in here. You can choose either the blue or the pink or both. I'm going to use the pink on the back of this. This is kind of a backdrop into her living room. And then her satchel is going to sit on top of it. So I'm just going to trim this down so it fits in the page and then put this on top. And then we're going to load it up with some things. So what I'm going to do right now is tear my pages and prep those, and then I'm going to glue the fussy cuts back to back. You have some extra fussy cuts in here, or some extra, this is labels. You can do with them whatever you want. I just put them in there because there was some space. And this is going to go on your next layout, layout 16. So save that. And then this is part of your satchel, and let's do this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and glue down our pocket. I feel like that's going to get roughed up, but that's fine. That's what a junk journal is for. So we're just going to glue on these 3 sides. And this is a very shallow pocket, so we don't need to glue any deeper. And I'm just going to hold that there while that sticks down. And then when that's dry, pop in our charity right, our birth record, and this is for Mary Cooper, who is one of the students. And then our letter, and I think I want to give this a little bit more age. She probably kept it in her satchel for a while before she actually took it out and put it in her keepsakes. You could even age this kind of on the back too, would be fun. And then you could actually like fold it over and like not have it be seen if you wanted to. You could have it like this. So I'm gonna let that, we're gonna just wrinkle that up a little bit. There we go, there we go. That's a good thing about using paper, because you can do stuff like that. Okay, so we've got that in there. That is that letter. Okay, and now we can tuck. Let's, you know what I'm doing? I'm going to fold this one this way a little bit. So we can, there we go. Okay, now for this side, we have our satchel. And I have already gone in and folded down my gussets. When you score them, they're not going to necessarily be even right here because of the way that this image is, but you will score them as straight lines. Okay? And this is going to glue down, and these just match up. So let me find my other piece. It's around here somewhere. It's probably under something. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is this piece, and this actually is going to come down. It doesn't have to go like this, okay? It's actually just needs to cover this area a bit. So we're going to glue that down up here. Okay, so the first one I'm going to glue down is this. And I'm gluing down that and holding it down. And then we just want this to cover just a bit. At the same time, what we're doing is we're putting this, it's not gonna fold down like that because it's supposed to look open, but we kind of want to cover that buckle a little bit. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna glue that right there. Let's see, there we go. That'll dry clear, so I'm not worried about it. That will lift up like that. And then we are taking this right here, and I am going to, I'm just eyeballing this. I'm gonna glue this right here. At this point, oh, in a minute, you probably are gonna want another piece of Velcro. I need to write that down because I have a little list. Okay, and now that's going to dry there. Yeah, that's going to kind of hit, but it's okay. And then we've got our Velcro. I actually put mine up. So I'm going to grab my piece here, my Velcro, and stick my pieces together. I don't know how I lost so many of one side, but you see how sticky they are, so I guess that's totally plausible. Okay, and then that's the white side. I want the clear side to be what stays on here. Where's my tweezers? You know what? I'm not going to use my tweezers, one, because I can't find them, although they're here somewhere. I'm going to use this. I'm telling you, this stuff is serious. They are serious about it. Okay. And I'm just going to stick that right there. And then push that there. So that stays closed. And then I'm going to lift that up. So see, with the clear there, you can't even see that there. Okay, so what does she keep in her bag? So she keeps some linen towels, some linen things, towels, muslin, like, I don't know, swaddle babies, clean them off, things like that. And then she has a little tool kind of set. So she's got oils and scissors, and this looks like a cigar, but it's not a cigar. It is a wooden needle case. She's got some herbs here and some more towels. And then sometimes there's a lot of waiting with babies, and so she keeps her pattern in here. She's going to be like crocheting something or knitting something, so she keeps a pattern in there. And so those can grab right there, and that will close here. And that is layout 15, Charity Wright's Midwife Cottage. Okay, we are to our next to last layout, and it's another easy layout. So I've gone ahead and cut mine out. I have done some kind of distressing and maybe a little more than I wanted. So now we got to make it look really intentional. And then I'm going to place my little bird, cardinal, I think, here. And so I'm just going to glue these on. I did round the edges of these, so you do whatever you want to do. So I didn't round the edges of the other ones. Decided to on this one. It does not have to be the same all the way around, or for every layout. I'm just sticking these down. My page, this page right here, has a little bit of a blue square, and so yours will not have that because I will make sure it's fixed. And let me get a little bit more glue on the edge here. It's getting rather difficult to stick these down. And then this one right here. Try to get really close to the edge. My son's girlfriend is over, and I think she has the hiccups. I hear her. She's so cute. Okay. And I'm going to take, I really love like the prominence of this. So I think I'm going to, like, he needs a little distressing to bring down the harshness of that border against my already crazy intense distressing. And I'm gonna put that on there. And that is layout 16. We have made it. We are at the last layout, layout 17. This is a super simple one. Although there are a lot of pieces, there are only 3 types of pieces. I did give you a few more labels in this, on these pages, because there was the room. You have a map, and I'm just going to do the tearing that I've been doing. I'm going to lay that map across these 2 pages, and then I'm going to arrange these 6 pockets, gluing only on the sides and the bottom, up the layout kind of like this and like this. So they probably will need to be trimmed a little bit. These location cards just get folded in half and then glued, and I printed wrong on one page, so I reprinted, and that's why yours will be blank. And so that is what I'm gonna do right here. This has been the longest video I've ever made, so I'm gonna zip through this. And then we will do our last piece, which is our topper. Okay, and there is layout 17. Okay, we finally are done, and now we're putting on our cover. This is super, super simple. Like, mine got wet. I don't know what was over there, but it got wet. So on mine, I am just going to do a simple corner rounder right here. And then I am going to add some distress ink. And I'm going to make sure this is glued on really, really well here to the front by going as close to the edge as I can. And then I'm going to put that down. I don't know why it's disconnecting. Okay, and now that that's on, it looks super authentic with with that big old water blob there. And then I'm going to add a little bit of distress to my little sign here. Welcome to Foxglove Crossing. And you can use a little bit of foam tape if you want to. I am not sure. I feel like it's going to catch. So I'm just going to put mine flat. However, before I glue that down, I think I'm going to add a little bit of something. Yeah. So I'm just going to tear off a piece of one of my papers here. Should have done that the other way. Well, now that side's done, so that's good. I'm going to tear this way. I'm going to kind of round the ends here a bit. And I'm going to use that as a mount, like a mat for it. Okay. Let me grab that. So cute. Okay, I'm just going to glue that right there, and then I'm gluing this whole piece on the back. Or gluing this whole piece on the front. Gluing the back of this whole piece. Oh my goodness, I am so tired. So close to being done. Okay, there's that. Now, the last piece is, this is still fluffy. I thought about going a little bit larger with this spine and didn't, but the gator mouth isn't terrible. It's not terrible. I may actually change that in the instructions to a 2-inch. I think that would really make all the difference. Anyway, this is your spine cover here. If you want to add like some pretty lace or something cutesy, that would be super cute. In a next part of this video, the last part, actually I may do it as a bonus video. In the bonus video, I am going to decorate this, and I'm going to do the smallest rounded corner here. Okay, I think I'm going to use this little lace I have here. And, oh, do I have any more of that? I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I do not think I have any more. Don't have any more of that. I have some other, that's pretty. I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to use this. And I'm going to put it along the spine and then right there. Do I have anything else? What else do I have? That's pretty. It's a little super decorative. I've got a ton of stuff. It's just not right here. But I want to get this down. Okay, so I'm going to glue this. And I think I'm going to use my Fabri-Tac right here for this part. So I'm going to put the last, I'm going to do the bonus of this video. We're going to decorate a bit on the edges of the pages. That is absolutely bonus, not required or anything. I just have a ton of stuff that I've gotten from the Creative Reuse Center, and I want to make this journal very, very special. So let's make sure that I've got that there, but let's add a little bit glue here and right there. And Foxglove Crossing is technically done. Thank you so much for being here. I am so grateful for you and your support and encouragement, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If you made it this far, or I hope you enjoyed this kit. See you soon.